Good afternoon, everybody. Please make sure you're following the directions on the screen. So everybody needs to be logging into student.desmos.com, putting in the code that's shown, indicating continue without logging in. I should say logging in. Put your name, not a nickname. There are 4 problems. You hit either next to go to the next screen, or if it's a screen that you're putting an answer in, you hit submit, and then you can move to the next screen. No, you're correct. It does not have a finish or end button. When you get to the end, it just stops. You have to go to student.desmos.com. You may have to scroll, but there are like 2 choices, and then there's a statement that says continue without logging in or something to that effect.
Hey, Teach.
Yes, sir.
Hey. Say hey. Oh, but anyway, I got my work. I'm trying to rock you to sleep. I'm gonna turn it in. But what I was asking you is, I was looking at because I seen the note where it said we had a quiz. I was
Uh-huh.
looking for the quiz, but I didn't see no link to like the quiz.
That's right. That's right. It closes at 4. If you don't do it before 4 o'clock, that has to be done before class.
Yeah, I'm
If you
saying I
don't
was
do it
trying to do it
before
before
4,
4, but I ain't seen no link though. That's the point.
it was underneath the assignment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like underneath the assignment, I look under the assignment, but I ain't see nothing. Was it was on Quizlet or something?
No, it was a quiz inside of Blackboard.
Cause usually when we have quizzes, I see them, but for some reason, I didn't see them.
I don't know what to tell you. I know Blackboard will glitch every once in a while, but
Cause like I'm saying, like I ain't never have a problem with taking a quiz on Blackboard. Cause anytime we had one, I seen it, but I never I never seen it. Like I'm finna see if I can pull it up on my phone. computer. Let me see. You good? You
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
good? I don't know if you can see my phone. See, like, where it say, like, right up there, where it say the note, where it say the quiz at. You
If
know how you
if you're
told me it's supposed to be under the
if,
bottom.
if you're trying to do Blackboard on a phone, it will not work. Blackboard on a
So
phone
you
does
think
not work.
that why it didn't pop up?
Right. Most of the stuff in about the only thing you can see in Blackboard is the chart on a phone is the chat and what's showing on the screen. And even sometimes what's showing on the screen does not work on the phone.
Yeah, man. Yes, sir.
So that's probably your issue. It's you're trying to do it on a phone and it will not let you.
That's probably why. You pushed it up.
There's several of you that are not on, have not entered the login, I mean the warm up yet. There are 11 of you in the warm up. There are several of you
Oh, did
that
you get my hours too that I did in what it called? Is it Aztec?
I'm sure I did.
Okay, I was just making sure.
I have a way that you can check that I'm going to show y'all later today.
All right, thank you.
When you get to the end, there is no submit button. No, I would stay in there for just a minute because I'm going to be looking at your answers and I may have you go back. You know, everything you need is over here. Here's the link, the code. Continue without logging in. Put in your name.
Man, hey T,
Yes, sir.
I just seen your thing. Where you go back and look at number one and number two. Uh, on the screen, it got on the side where you say one or five. For my number one, only thing on the screen is this is your warm up activity for today. Make sure you show all your work.
Then you haven't hit the next button. There's a
Yeah,
button up at the top that says next.
yeah, I'm saying that's what I'm saying. And number two, that when I did the equation, what it was three over one two and plus one over 1/4. Oh, so you was telling me to really check number three and number two.
No, you also need to look at number one. But number one is the second page. The first page doesn't have a problem on it.
Oh
Number
yeah, that's what
one
I'm saying. So
is
number
the
one is the
second
equation.
page. It's the one that's 3.5 plus 1.5. That's number one.
And number two is the
Number
four.
two is the one where you have to make up a number. Number
Okay.
three is the one where you have to convert. And number four, which is on the fifth page, is the one that you have to tell what kind of sentence.
Wait. Cause the one that's on the number four that's on the fourth page out of five for
No,
mine.
no, 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 no. Number four is not on the fourth page. Number four is on the fifth page. There are 5 pages. The first page is just a thing saying this is your warm up. Then problem 1 is on page 2. Problem 3,
Okay.
problem 2 is on page 3. Problem 4 is problem 3 is on page 4, and problem 4 is on page 5. I just didn't number
So
them.
I know for number one I posted because I'm better explain to you. Just let me know I did wrong. I know I times three and two, that's 6, plus that one, that'll be 7 over 2. Then I go and time 4 and 1, which is 4 plus 1, that'll be 5 over 4. And then at the bottom, I do 4 times 2, right?
You're adding, so you have to get a common denominator.
Oh, so I just add.
Right, we're adding 3.5 and 1 1/4. And so you are, if you're going to do it by changing the mixed numbers into improper fractions, you get a common denominator. There's a shorter way of doing it, but in that particular case. And Mr. Roberts, even though the first three are math, you can skip those and go to the reading one, grammar. Okay, I'm waiting for a couple of you to finish. Okay, that's all right. All right, we're gonna, even though a couple of you did not finish, and I'm not sure if everybody got in or not. It looks like it, but I'm not 100% sure. This is what we're going to be using. Corey, send me an email asking for that, and I can do that. There's stuff on Blackboard. All right. I can actually hide your names, and so we can look at this. And so I'm going to pull. This up. And let's look at number 1. All right. That's the correct answer. There's a step missing. 3.5 is 3 2/4. And so when you are adding mixed numbers, you can add the whole number parts and then separately add the fraction parts. 1/2 plus 1/4. You'd have to change 1/2 into 2/4. 2/4 and 1/4 is 3/4. All right. Let's look at number 2. Here's one of yours, and that is correct. The 9, we're rounding to the nearest hundred, so our target is the 3. We look next door, the 9. The 9 tells us to round up, but really, actually, that 9 on the end really should not. No, you're right. The 9 tells us to round the 4 up and put zeros everywhere else. So that answer is correct. You need a number, you need a 3 in the hundreds place. So all of the answers that are any correct answer would have to have 3 in the 3 in the hundreds, and then you would have to have in the tens, you would have to have 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, and then you could have anything in the ones. You could have done a decimal and put any numbers after, but you cannot put a number in front. If I had put 1,399, if you round that to the nearest hundred, you'd have 1,400. When we round, it doesn't affect the numbers in the front of your target number unless your target number is 9 and you're going to have to roll it up and the next number to the left up. All right. Then on number 3, since we have 5, and this is correct, since we have 5 as a whole number part, that's got to be in front of the decimal. And then if you take 2 and divide it by 7, you get 2, 8, 5, 7, 1, 4, and it goes on and on. So depending on, I didn't tell you what to round to, so whatever you rounded to was fine. And then the last question, the middle sentence, the third choice was the correct choice. That is a compound sentence. And the reason is we have two independent clauses, and they are separated by a comma and an and. So it's 2 independent clauses. That's a complete sentence, and that house is too small is a complete sentence. And so separated by a comma and the word and, a conjunction, makes that a compound sentence. All right. Overall, you did very well. Some of them, a couple of them, I had you go back and look at some. But overall, you did very well. I was very pleased. All right, next are assignments. So let me pull that up. And that thing that you were doing for the warm-up, we're going to be using that. I mean, that's what we're going to be using from now on instead of Jamboard, because Google is getting rid of Jamboard. And so I needed a replacement, and I found Desmos, and it works really good. All right. All right, here are the answers for the first sheet. So be checking your answers and mark the ones you want me to work, and I will ask for those in a minute. Don't give them to me yet, but I will ask for the ones that you want me to work in just a minute. All right, let me scroll up a little bit. New folks, you were supposed to send me an email asking for the assignments. You don't have access to Blackboard just yet. It should happen any day now. But until then, you have to send me an email and ask for the assignments. All right, let me scroll up again. Okay, scroll down some more. All right, let me scroll up some more. Number 12 is wrong. Number 12 is wrong. It should be rounded to the nearest tenth. It should be 36.0 for number 12. Number 12 is wrong. It should be 36.0. All right, scrolling up some more. All right, scrolling up some more. Number 8. Okay. Yeah, if you miss a number, then it's going to make everything else wrong. That's why it's a good idea that as you're doing it, you cross things off or put some kind of mark so that you can keep track. All right, and scroll up some more, and there's the end. All right, tell me which ones you need me to work. 19, all right. 20. 19 and 20, that it? 13, 15. Go back up to 10, okay. So I have 13, 15, 19, and 20. 13, 15, 19, and 20. I don't know if I can do the entire worksheet. I can go up and do, we don't have the time for that. Let me see what how much of that is. I can do one. I'll do number 1 and number 2. Number 3 has, or how about if I do number 2 and number 3, because 3 has decimals in it. Okay. And then 11, I've got 13. Okay, then that's going to have me doing all of them. Let's see, 8. All right, I'm going to turn that off, and I'm going to turn all right. I'm going to start up here with number 1. No, number 2. I'm going to start with number 2. Because if you can do number 3 and number 4, you can do number 1. So on number 2 rather, we have 1/3, 1/3, 2/3, 5/6, 1/6. Okay. First thing I did was go in and change those to decimals. 1 divided by 3 is 0.3 repeating. 1/3 is 0.3 repeating. 2/3 is 0.6 repeating. 5/6 is 0.833. And 1/6 is 0.167. All that is taking the top number. If you're punching it in a calculator, this you punch in 1 divided by 3. The 1 key, the divided by key, the 3 key, the equal key, and you get 0.33333 that goes on forever. Everybody should be able to take any fraction and convert it into a decimal because you just punch the numbers in the calculator. The calculator does all of the work for you. So everybody should be able to do this. If you're having problems with that, I need to sit down with you one-on-one, maybe while we're doing the reading, and let's look at how to use a calculator, because apparently you might have some kind of misunderstanding about how to use the calculator. But everybody should be able to do that. If you're having problems with that, then let me know and we will go over it, or I will work with you individually. So we're going to go from the smallest to the largest. 0.1 is smaller than 0.8, 0.6, 0.3, 0.3. So the first number is 1/6. So I did that one. Then the next number is 0.3. 0.3 is smaller than 0.6 and 0.8. So I have a 1/3 and a 1/3. And then the next number is 2/3. And the next number is 5/6. Now, if I'm going to find the mean, I have to add all of the items. 1/6 plus 1/3 plus 1/3 plus 2/3 plus 5/6. Since this is in fractions, I can't change to decimal, because if you change these numbers to decimals and try to do the mean, you're going to get what's called round off error. And it's going to be, by the time you round off 2 or 3, you end up really rounding off 3 of those numbers. Your round off error is going to be horrific. And so on the GED, you're going to get an answer because you changed those to decimals, and it's not going to be any of the answers in the choices. And you did it right, but you got round off error. So you've got to be able to add these fractions together. If you can't do it with a calculator, you don't have a calculator that will do it, number one, there are fraction calculators on the internet. Go to Google and type in fraction calculator, and there are thousands, if not millions. You may have to do one fraction plus the next fraction, then take your answer and add the next fraction, then take your answer and add the next fraction, and then take your answer and add the next fraction. You may have to do it that way. To me, I'd rather get a $16 calculator and let the calculator do it. So I need to add those up, or if you're going to do it by hand, the common denominator is 6. So changing this to 6 would be 2 over 6, 2 over 6, 4 over 6. And then the denominator would be 6, and you would add up the stuff on the top. And then we have to divide. We have to divide by the number of items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So n is 5. Our number of items is 5. When I punch this into the calculator, divided by this, I get 7/15. The calculator did all of the work. Next, we need the median. Okay, the median is the one in the middle, but you have to put them in order. If you don't put them in order, you're not going to be able to find the middle. So they have to be in order, and then you find the middle number. The only time you have to calculate is if they're an even number of items, and you have to find the average of the two middle numbers. And then mode means most. I've got 1 1/3. I have 2 1/3. So 1/3 is the mode. The range is always the largest number minus the smallest number. So again, you need to put them in order. The largest number is the one on the end, 5/6 minus the smallest number, 1/6. The denominators are the same, so I do not need a common denominator. It's 6. So I do the arithmetic on the top. 5 minus 1 is 4. That fraction will reduce. 2 goes into 4 twice. 2 goes into 6 3. So 2/3 ends up being your range. Largest number minus smallest number. All right. All right, let's do number 3. On number 3, we have 8.4, we have 2.1, 3.7, 8.4, 2.1, 2.5, 2.9, 9.6, 8.4, 11, 0.3, and 15. All right, if you can't determine which is the smallest by looking at them this way, then you may need to put them in a column. Remember, we did when we were comparing or ordering decimals, we wrote columns, and then we wrote 8.4 and 2.1, 3.7. The columns help me keep the decimal places lined up. 8.4, 2.1, 2.5, 2.9, 9.6, 8.4, 11, which is 11.0, 0.3, and 15, 15.0. So as I'm looking down this column, my smallest numbers, well, first of all, we've got to realize we have some tens, so those are going to be at the end. So I need to look in the ones column to find my smallest numbers. I have 2.1, 2.1, 2.5, 2.9. So those are my smallest numbers. So 2.1 is the smallest. And then I have another 2.1. Then I have 2.5. Then I have 2.9. Then next I have a 3 in the ones place. So that's my only 3, 3.7. Next I have, these don't count yet because they have tens. So the numbers that are just in the ones, I have an 8.4 and an 8.4. So those are next, 8.4, 8.4. And then we have 9.6. I'm going to erase this so I can keep my stuff lined up. We had the 9.6, and then the whole numbers, 11, and then 15. Did I forget 0.3? You are right, I sure did. 0.3 would go, 0.3 is the smallest. It's the first number. 0.3 is the smallest number. Thank you. See, if you end up leaving a number out, you're going to be all messed up. And this should show you everybody can make a mistake. I make mistakes too. I have to learn from them. All right, now mean. Mean is add the numbers 0.3 plus 2.1 plus 2.1 plus 2.5. All right, my pen is being weird for a minute. Hold up. Let me bring it back. And let's see if that. All right. Now let's see if we got it. Yes. All right. So pick back up where I left off. So 0.3, 2.1, 2.1, 2.5 plus 2.9. Oh, is this going to be one of those nights? 2.9 plus 3.7 plus 8.4 plus another 8.4 plus 9.6 plus 11 plus 15. So you've got to add all of those numbers up and we divide by the number of items. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We have 11 numbers. So when I punch all of this into the calculator and add it up and then divide by 11, this was number 3, I get 6.2 as my answer. And that's supposed to be a 2. 6.2. Calculator did all the work. I don't want to have to add all that by hand. But on the internet, there are tons of decimal calculators. Just Google decimal calculator, and there'll be a calculator to show you to add up your decimals. So we did mean. Next is median. That's the number in the middle. So cross that off, cross that pair off, cross that pair off, cross that pair off, cross that pair off. And do we have 11 items? Oh, this is not an item. So I'm going to erase these marks so I know what I'm doing. All right, so I use my fingers. So I put my fingers on the outside 2, and then the next 2 inside, the next 2 inside, the next 2 inside, the next 2 inside, and I find that is in the middle, 3.7. So there's no calculation unless there's an even number of items, and we had 11 items. So an odd number of items, there will always be a number in the middle. Then our mode is most. I have 2 2.1s. I have 2 8.4s, and that's it. So the mode is 2 values, 2.1 and 8.4. And it looks like I got that wrong. It should have been 2.1 and 8.4. I only got 8.4. All right, then we have the range, and our range is the highest number, the largest number, minus the smallest number. And 15 minus 0.3 is 14.7. Okay, so that was number 3. And was it? I had that one. I had 2.1 and 8.4. No, I'm sorry. There's another 8.4. I left that out. I'm just not doing very well today. And I didn't do very well this morning. I missed, I don't know how many problems this morning. Well, you see the process. I'm going to do number 4. Hopefully I can get number 4 right. Good grief. So I have a 100. I'm going to put my fingers on it so I can see it. 90, 85, 95, 100, 100, 100, 92, 87, 90, 82, and 99. Okay, so I'm checking my paper. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So N is 12. We have 12 items. So our first thing we got to do is put them in order. So I got to find the smallest number. Hopefully I can do that right today. 82. So I have 82. I don't see anything smaller. Nope. Then I have 85. Then I have 87. Then I have 90. And another 90. Then I have 92. I have 95. Then I have 99. And then I have 100 4 times. So I already know my mode. My mode is 100. So mean. Mean is average. You add the items 82 plus 85 plus 87 plus 90 plus 90 plus 92 plus 95 plus 99 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. Okay, then we take, after we've added all that up, then we divide by the number of items, which is 12, and we should get 93.33. 93.33. Oh, don't tell me I got that one wrong too. All right. My calculator. Where did I put my calculator? Oh, right here. All right. I'm going to double check just to make sure, because with the mistakes I've been making, I may have really screwed that up. 87 plus 90 plus 90 plus 92 plus 95 plus 99 plus, and those hundreds add up to 400, so I'm just going to put in 400, and the total is 1120, and we're dividing 1120 by 12, and we get 93.3333. So this answer is correct. At least I got one right. Then median. Median is the middle. So I'm putting my fingers on the outside, then I move in one, then I move in one on both sides, move in one, and my middle is 2 numbers. 2 numbers. So when the middle is 2 numbers, we have to add the 2 numbers together and then divide by 2 items. And so 92 plus 95 divided by 2 would give you 93.5 as the median. The mode, 100. It's the value of the number, not adding the numbers up. It's just what value appears the most. And then range is the highest number minus the smallest number. That's why you got to put them in order. And 100 minus 82 is 18. So there is the mean, there is the median, there is the mode, and there is the range. All right. Then let's see, where are we? Ooh, Mr. Lamb, great. You got one of the calculators. Awesome. All right. Next, we kind of jumped to number 8. Okay, so I had to put in number 8, we're putting the numbers in order. And you can see by my answer where I did the work, I used that column method. Okay. So for number 8, I'm going to just start the columns right now. Okay. 2.4. I'm going to need another column. And then I have 2.04, 2.14, 2.34, 2.03, 2.15, 2.05, 2.105. I need another column. Now, since I've got this one decimal number that's got a number out here in the thousandths place, I need to put filler zeros in, and here I need to put 2. No, 2.4 is not the same as 2.04. 2.4, there's a 4 in the tenths place. 2.04, there's a 4 in the hundredths place. This is 2 and 4 tenths. This is 2 and 4 100ths. So no, they are not the same thing. All right, so here we need to find the smallest. So I have a 2.0 and a 2.0. So I have a 2.04, 2.03. So the 2.03, and this is asking us to go from largest to smallest. So I'm doing it backwards. So we want largest to smallest. So all of these are 2s. So that's not going to help me. So I need to go to the tenths place, the tenths. This is tenths. First decimal place, I have a 4, 0, 1, 3, 0, 1, 0, 1. The 4 is bigger. So, no, yes. Well, I tell you what, I see that I did it again on number 8. I left out the 2.4. 2.4 is the biggest. I'm gonna have to go back and redo that whole sheet. That is terrible. That is terrible. Oh man, I am just mortified. All right, the next one then is 2.34. Okay, 2.34. And if I'm doing it wrong, y'all please stop me, because I apparently don't know what the heck I am doing today. All right, then next would be ones. Okay, so I have a 1 there, a 1 there, a 1 there. And so then we need to go to the hundredths place. And we have a 4, nope, we have a 4, and I have we're looking at a 5, and I have a 0. Okay, so we're looking at the ones that have 2.1 in them. And so because these are all ones, then I need to look in the next column, and I have 4, 5, and 0. So we're going from the biggest down to the smallest. So the next number should be 2.15. Then 2.14. And then now we have, no, and then we have I almost did it again, 2.105. Okay, because we're going down to smaller. Then we have a number that we've got the 2's the same, the 0's are next. And so all of these are 0's. So we have to look in the hundredths. We have a 4, a 3, a 5, a 4, a 3, a 5. So the next one in line would be the biggest, 2.05, and then 2.03, and the smallest is, nope. I'm just going to go to bed. Should be, I'm confusing myself. I'm at the 2.105, then it would be 2.05, then the 2.04, and then the 2.03. Okay, number 11. Number 11. All right, on number 11, we have the number 35.96, and they want to the nearest whole number. Whenever it says the nearest whole number, that's the same as the ones place. The ones place. So the target is the ones place. So we start at the ones place. Then we look next door. If the number next door is 5 or more, we raise the score. So 9 tells us we have to round the 5 up. And so when we round this 5 up, we get 36. And we're rounding to the ones, so that should be the last place value that is written. We don't put a 0.0. We don't put anything else after it. 36 is rounded to the nearest whole number. And then I think we had 12. On number 12, I told you that I had gotten that one wrong too. That one's wrong. I'm going to have to redo this whole sheet. They want to round to the nearest tenths. The tenths is the first decimal place. Look next door, raise the score. The 9 has to bump up. And so since that 9 is bumping up, it's going to bump up to 10. And so that's got to go up by 1, and we get 36. 36.0, because it's to the nearest tenths place. And so that should be the last digit. 13. On number 13, we still have the same number, 35.96, but this time we want it to the nearest hundred. The nearest hundred. So our target is right here. There is no digit there. I can put a 0. There's always an understood 0 in front of numbers. So we look next door. It tells us we don't round that up. So this has to stay at 0. And we don't need to put zeros in those spots. So 0.00 is just 0. So when we round it to the nearest hundred, since there's no digit in that target spot, then we look to the right, look next door. If this had been, say that the number had been 75.96, and we were rounding to the nearest hundred. The hundreds place is there, we can put a 0. Then we look next door. The 7 would tell us to bump that up, so we would put a 1 here and a 0 after each in those 2 decimal places, in the 10s and the 1s. 13, 35.96, and we want to the nearest thousandth. Okay, the nearest thousandth. The thousandths place is the third digit after the decimal point. There is a 0 there. I'm going to write the number down here so I can write on it a little better. 35.96. And the thousandths place is here, so I can put a 0. We look next door. Well, there isn't anything next door, so I can put a 0 there. That 0 tells us keep that 0. So my answer is 35.96. Keep the 0. Number 15. Y'all are making these too hard. 35.96 to the nearest thousand. Nearest thousand. So that's before the decimal place. Well, that number, the target is the thousands place. That's the target. That's where we're looking. Well, there is no number in the thousands place, so I can put a number in the thousands place by doing that. Now that's my target. Thousands, hundreds, tens, ones. I look next door. That tells me keep the 0. And then fill everything else with zeros, but drop the decimal point. So that's a 0, that's a 0, that's a 0, which is 0. All right, number 16, perimeter. When you're asked to find the perimeter, you just add the sides. So if I have a rectangle and one of the sides is 20 inches and the other side is 40 inches, well, if that's 40 inches, so is that. If that's 20 inches, so is that. And then 40 plus 20 plus 40 plus 20, that gives us 120 inches. I left the inches off. There's another mistake I made. Should be 120 inches. That whole sheet's going to have to be thrown out and a new one done. All right, then the next one y'all asked about was 19 and 20. All right. All right, on number 19, we have 19 over 23 minus 1/2. Anytime you are adding or subtracting, you have to have a common denominator. The denominator has to be the same number. That's 23, that's 2, that's not the same number. So I need a number that 23 will divide into evenly and that 2 will divide into evenly. Well, 23 is prime, 2 is prime, which means it doesn't break down any further. So the number that both of those go into is the number I get when I multiply them together. 23 times 2 is 46. So I can change this fraction into 46ths. To turn 23 into 46, I would have to multiply by 2. That's how I got that 46 in the first place. Whatever you do on the bottom of a fraction, you have to do the exact same thing on the top of the fraction. 19 times 2 gives us 38. 38/46 is exactly the same number as 19 over 23. They are identical. They are the same value. I just rewrote it in a different format. Then to change the 2 into 46, I would have to multiply by 23. Whatever I do on the bottom of a fraction, I have to do the same thing on the top of the fraction. 1 times 23 is 23. Once we have a denominator that's the same, the answer has that denominator. Then we subtract 38 minus 23, and we get 15. 15 is 3 times 5. 46 is 2 times 13. There are no common factors to divide out. That's the answer. Then on number 20, we have 4 2/3 times 2 3/5. You can add and subtract mixed numbers, but when you have multiplication or division with mixed numbers, you must change to improper fraction. That's the only way it can be done. When you're adding or subtracting, you can add the whole number parts, add the fraction parts. Subtract the whole number parts, subtract the fraction parts. But when you're doing multiplication or division, we have to change them. So to change this into a mixed number, it's 3 times 4, which is 12. Add 2 is 14/3. Times, then we change this one and we change 5 times 2 is 10 plus 3 is 13/5. Then you multiply the tops, you multiply the bottoms. If there's something that will divide out first, you can do that, or you can simplify at the end. 14 times 13 is 182. 3 times 5 is 15. We cannot leave a fraction as with a number larger on the top than underneath. 15 cannot hold up 182. Okay, so it can't hold it up. So we have to change it to a mixed number. So we have to divide 15 into 182. 15 will go into 182 12 times with 2 as the remainder. So that's the whole number part. The denominator stays the same, and there are 2 left over when I divide. Or you can punch that in the calculator, and it will change it to a mixed number for you. All right. Let me show you the answers to, let's get out of this. And I'm going to have to go into this. Okay, so on the other math worksheet, the answer to number 1 was 1. None of those statements would change. None of them would change because you have the mean of any set of numbers is always a whole number. Well, we found out that's not true. The mean of any set of numbers is always a number in that set. Well, that's not true either. The mean is not a number in the set. It could be, but it's not. It doesn't have to be. And C, the median of any set of numbers is always a number in the set. The median of a, and that's not always true because the median is the middle number, but if there are 2 middle numbers, then it won't be a number in the set. So none of those were true. Then for number 2, you should have gotten 5. It says, out of a possible 100 points, Riley scored 80 and 100 points on his first 2 math exams. If he scores 90 on his next exam, so that means we started with 80 and 100 if I put them in order. Only 2 numbers, 80 and 100. He then scores a 90. Well, that goes in the middle, 80, 90, 100. Then they want to know which of the following data measures would change. Well, the mean would be all 3 of those numbers, 80 plus 90 plus 100 divided by 3 is 90. The median is the number in the middle. That's 90. The mode, there is no mode because each number is only in there once. The range is 100 minus 80, which is 20. And what does it say? And so it says neither set has a mode. The range is 100 minus 80, so the range of 80, 90, and 100 is also 20. So if you did the range of the first set, 80 and 100, the range there is 20. If you do the next set of numbers, you stick a 90 in there. It doesn't matter because you're doing 100 minus 80. Largest number minus the smallest. So it's the same whether the 90 was in there or not. So nothing changes. All right, then for number 3, you should have gotten number 2. So for number 3, the answer is 2. And for that one, that should have been easy because it's number 2 is the only one that's dividing by 4. So I don't even need to go any further if that answer is dividing by 4. I mean, there's no point in going any further. So 2 is the answer. Sometimes you can just eliminate answers by looking at the answer choices they give you. For number 4, the answer was 4. 4. And so let me see what that looks like. You had to take the cost for entertainment, which was 102, 145, and 80, and find the mean, the median rather, which is the middle, and the middle value was whatever they said that was, 257, or no, 102. Number 5 said, what is the average mean cost for the months on the food cost for the months on this table? So you would do the same thing for food, but this time they want the average. So you would add 256 plus 214 plus 301, whatever you get when you add all that up, you would divide it by 3 because there are 3 numbers, and the answer would be 257. Add the top numbers, divide by 3. And then number 6 was sort of an application problem. They wanted the average, they wanted the mileage and gas expenses while on a business trip. And the question is saying, what is the average or mean miles per gallon? You could have done this a couple of ways. One would be to take each thing in the chart, 287 divided by 17.5, 310 divided by 16.8 would be miles per gallon. We haven't done ratios yet, but that's coming. 298 divided by 1.5, and then find the average of those 3 answers. They did it by taking the miles driven, adding them up, and the cost, what was that? The number of gallons, adding that up, and then doing the division. Either way, it's the same. All right, and then we had reading. Nope, I'm sorry, we had grammar. Okay. So grammar, and we did misplaced and dangling. And so I believe this was the first sheet. Tell me if I'm wrong. And I'll pull up the second one. All right, let me move up so you can see the other answers for 4 through 7. All right, and then the grammar should have looked like that. And those are the answers. All right, I have that it is 5:43. We're going to take a break. And so we're going to start back at 5:45. I'm sorry, 6 o'clock. And I'm going to go take a 15-minute nap. So take a break. Yeah, I need a lot of sleep. Be back at 6 o'clock, not 6:01, 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. Anybody have any questions of me before I go on my break as well? Going once, Going twice. All right, I've got 6 o'clock. We are going to today is review of our unit on decimals. And so first thing we need to do though is camera check. Need to turn your camera on so I can see your face, because this morning's class I had somebody log in and either they fell asleep or they walked off and left. So you need to turn your camera on so I can see your face and see that you are there. Okay, waiting on a couple more of you. Need to see your face so I know you're there. And don't just type in the chat, "Oh, I'm here," because that could be your grandma. Okay, we're doing a camera check, so everybody needs to turn their cameras on, because I had someone leave. They either walked away and never came back, or they fell asleep, one or the other. Needless to say, they didn't get any credit for being in class. All right, there we go. Waiting on Miss Lazenby and Mr. Jamerson. And Mr. Moy. Okay, we're doing a camera check. Everybody needs to turn their camera on, unless you've disappeared. I'm not seeing anything, Reginald. Y'all do? Okay. They say that they see you. It maybe they're just not strong enough to pull it through. So, okay, you're good then. So I'm waiting on Miss Lazenby and Mr. Jamerson. I'm going to assume that they are not with us. I'll check back again in a minute. All right, today is a review. Y'all turn your cameras off. Okay, so you probably ought to take some notes on this. We're going to talk about what we have covered in this unit. It was all about decimals. The whole unit was decimals, and it probably feels like we've been on it forever, but we are finally at the end. Okay, I'll check back in a minute. So the first thing that we covered was place value. And if you'll remember, those of you that joined us here recently, you don't have this. There's a place value chart. But once you get your Blackboard account, you can go in and you can get it. I'm going to try to remember to put it in today's folder so that you can have it again. But the place values, I won't do all of them. The chart had all of them, but this was the ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, then all of the decimal places after the decimal point end in TH or THS. So this was the tenths place. This is the hundredths place. And this is the thousandths place. And of course it goes on. The chart had much more numbers on it. But you've got to remember, first of all, that if the decimal place ends in TH or THS, those are the numbers after the decimal point. And you've got to know the names of the decimal, the place values, because they're not going to give you a chart on the GED. All right, so that was the first thing we covered. Then we moved from that into rounding. And the key to rounding are these 4 steps. First, find the target place value, whatever they're telling you to round to. Then we look next door. That's what we called it, looking to the right. Okay, so we look at the number immediately to the right, next door. And then if 5 or more, raise the score. So if that number to the right is a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, then your target place value number goes up by 1. And then 4 or less, let it rest. If it's 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, we don't bump up the target value. So for example, if I have 235.768 and it tells me to round to the nearest hundredth, round to nearest hundredth, ends in TH. So step 1, target value, hundredth. That is this decimal place right here, second decimal place after the decimal point to the right. Find the target. Then look next door. If that number is 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, the target number bumps up. So this becomes a 7. Anything in front stays the way it was. And we drop, if it's after the decimal point, we drop everything after. If we had that same number, 235.768, and we wanted to round to nearest 10, the nearest 10, we find the target, 10. It does not end in THS, so that is not a number after the decimal point. It's a number in front of the decimal point. This is the tens place. You've got to know those place values. That's our target. Look next door. 5 or more, raise the score. So that 3 has to become a 4. The numbers in front stay the same, and then we have to backfill any numbers behind it until we get to the decimal place with zeros, and then everything else drops. We can't just drop the 5 because then it would look like we're writing 24, and 24 is not rounded to the nearest 100, nearest 10. So there's got to be the last number that should be a digit more than 1 should be whatever the target is. In this case, the target was the tens place. Okay, so we did a whole lesson on rounding. Then we did comparing. Okay, so after we talked about rounding, we did our third lesson on fractions was about comparing fractions or decimals. And we had numbers like 14.3 and 14.9, and we had to determine which number was bigger. And so this is a 1 in the ones place, it matches here. 4 ones place, it's the tens place. 4 in the ones, 4 in the ones here. So both of those are whole number part 14. So we've got to look at the decimal, and 9 is bigger than 3. So 14.9 is bigger than 14.3. And also understanding, one of you had a question earlier today about 2.04 and 2.40. Those are not the same number. This has a 0 in the tenths. This has a 4 in the tenths. So 2.4 is bigger than 2.04. Then we also did pairing fractions like 3/4 and 2/5. And we wanted to know which was bigger. And we used what we called the butterfly method. We multiplied these two numbers together and get 15 and write that up there. And then multiply these two numbers together, that's 8, and we write it up there. Then whichever one is bigger, that fraction is bigger. So since I got 15 here, then 3/4 is bigger than 2/5. Okay, so that was comparing fractions and decimals. Then we did ordering fractions and decimals, putting a list of them in order, sort of like what we were doing when we find the median of a set of numbers. The only difference is now that we know how to convert fractions into decimals, if you're going to order a list of fractions, I would first change to decimals, because putting decimal numbers in order is a lot easier than putting fractions in order, unless you're me and you screw up the answer sheets. But the thing you got to remember is you have to go back to fractions when you're writing your answer. You can't write the decimal numbers in as the answers because those were not the original problem. So you've got to make sure that you go back to the fractions. With decimals, we were doing, or I taught you how to make the grid. Okay. And so we line up place values and decimal point. Okay, and you saw me do that earlier today when I was drawing the columns. I needed to keep my numbers straight, and we were putting numbers in and keeping the numbers lined up so that we don't mess up and get the numbers, you know, looking like a snake. Okay, so that was the fourth lesson that we did on decimals. Then we did converting fraction to decimal and decimal to fraction. When you are changing a fraction into a decimal, when you're changing a fraction into a decimal, say I have 3/5 and I want to change that into a decimal number. Then we take the number, if you're going to do it by hand, you take the number on the bottom and you divide it into the number on the top. And this one's fairly easy. So 5 does not go into 3, but we can put a decimal point and a 0. 5 will go into 36 times. So this is 0.6 if you're doing it by hand. If you're using a calculator, you punch the keys 3, then the divided by key, then the 5 key, and then the equal key, and it gives you the answer. If you are changing decimals into fractions, let's say that I have 0.36, then we learned that if we're changing that into a fraction, we know there's at least 10, 100, 1,000, etc. All the denominators are going to be 10, 100, 1,000, whatever. And then we look at how many decimal places there are. Since there are 2 decimal places, I need 2 zeros. And then we write that number on the top, 36, not 0.36, 36. And then if it will reduce, in this particular case, 36, you can divide 4 into 36, and you can divide 4 into 100. And 36 divided by 4 is 9. 100 divided by 4 is 25. So that was converting decimals into fractions and fractions into decimals. Then the next thing that we covered was some geometry. We talked about complementary angles. We talked about supplementary angles. We talked about vertical angles. We talked about, I'm going to come down here because I'm going to write up underneath here. We talked about adjacent angles. And then we talked about perimeter. So when we did the geometry unit just a few days ago, we covered those main topics. Complementary means 2 angles. It has to be 2. It cannot be 3. It cannot be 5. Only 2 angles that add to 90 degrees, like 30 degrees and 60 degrees. Those are complementary. Supplementary, 2 angles, has to be 2, not 3, not 5, not 6, 2 angles that add to 180 degrees. Remember I told you sup for super, and 180 is what we typically sometimes call the super angle. Later on in geometry, we find out it's not, but at this point, we call it the super angle. So for example, 120 degrees and 60 degrees add up to 180. Vertical angles are formed by lines that intersect, and those angles are across from each other. So this angle and this angle are vertical angles. They touch at the vertex point. This angle and this angle are vertical angles. They touch, but they're across from each other. Then, let's see, then we did adjacent angles, and adjacent angles are angles that are next to each other. They're next to each other. Or we can say they share a side and vertex, no overlapping. Okay, so what that means is if I have an angle and then I put an angle next to it, this angle and this angle are adjacent. They share a common vertex and they share a common side. But if I had another situation, if I had, I can use that one. We actually have another situation here. You've got the great big angle, this big angle, and then these small angles. Well, the big angle is not adjacent to either of those small angles because the big angle has those angles inside of it. They overlap each other. So they're not next to each other. One's inside the other. You can't be next to something and inside of it at the same time. Then we did perimeter, and perimeter is the distance around a geometric shape. In other words, add the sides. Add up all of the sides. And it's basically as simple as that. Where you have to be careful is when you have those drawings where maybe one of the sides is missing. And what you have to do is kind of use like you would use with a house to be able to find those missing sides. Then the last thing we covered was some statistics, and we looked at mean, median, mode, and range. Mean is the average, and we calculate it by taking the sum of the data items. Okay, add up the data items and divide it by the number of data items. So if you have 10 numbers, you add those 10 numbers together and then you divide, I should probably write here, divide by the number of items in the set. So if you have 10 items, 10 data set points, you add those data points together and then you divide by 10 in that case to find the average. Then median means middle. And sometimes it's one number, sometimes it's two numbers. But if it's two numbers, you have to find the average. So if there's an odd number of data items, then you're going to have one median. If it's an even number of data points, you've got to take the two in the middle and find the average. Add them up, divide by 2. Then mode means most. Which data point is in the set the most. Sometimes there is no. Sometimes there is no mode. Sometimes the mode is several different numbers, but it's whatever appears the most. And then finally, the range is just the biggest number divided by, biggest number minus smaller number. So you look at your data set, which by the way reminds me, when we do median, I did not write, you have to put in order. If you don't put them in order, you can't find the middle. But once you put them in order, then that shall tell you what the biggest number is, what the smallest number is, and subtract. That's all it is. So that's the stuff we covered over the past few weeks. So what I'm going to do is give you some work to do. So the first one that we're going to do, let me get out of this. Okay. And while I'm thinking about it, we did a camera check earlier, and 4 of you did not show me your camera. So I need to see Miss Lexenby. No, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong thing. And then I lost my sheet. Okay, I'll deal with that in a minute. So the first sheet that you're going to work on is first one you're going to work on is this one, and I will show you what it looks like, because there's something on here you need to be careful about. Okay, it looks like this, but the parts I want you to do are this part shaded in yellow, this part, and then these 3 parts. Okay, so only the stuff that's shaded in yellow. I have that it's 6:28. I think you can be done by 6:15-ish, maybe sooner, but I think you can do these in about 15 minutes. So I'm going to check back with you. So that would be 6:45. So you're going to work on this sheet, and if you're finished, once you get finished, go ahead and tell me that you're finished. we're doing this sheet, and we're only doing the areas marked in yellow. So only the parts marked in yellow. Okay. If you get done, just hang tight. All right, I've got 6:45. Who's still working on this? Anybody else working on this? Not finished. Ms. Corkery, what number are you on? Okay. All right, are we done now? All right, I'm going to show you the answers. I think that was all of them there. Anybody have any questions about any of those? Good. I do like when that happens, because the way I'm going today, I don't think I'd have probably gotten any of them right. All right. So we've got another one that we're going to work on. So let me get it. And it looks like this. And there are only a few questions. The first two questions at the top want you to tell what those shapes are. Hopefully everybody can do that. And then the actual problems are down here at the bottom. There are only three. Only three. So it's the two at the top to identify the shape, the three at the bottom. I have 653. I think you should be able to finish that in about 7 minutes. I think by 7 o'clock you should be done. Well, the only problems on the page are the two at the very top, right here. The very top, identify each polygon, number 1, number 2. The rest is just information. If you want to use it to study with later, you can. There's some example problems that they work out, and then there are 3 problems at the bottom. I want you to do those 3 problems at the bottom. So there are only 5 questions on the whole page, on all of the pages total. How many pages is it? 3? 3. Can I go up some? Like right there? And I wouldn't worry about that example number 3. They use a formula. You don't need a formula. You just add the sides. Well, I learned a formula for perimeter. That's not necessary. Okay, and as you finish, if you would let me know. Mr. Roberts, you should be working on your reading, not doing this. is that most of you? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. If you're still working on this, let me know. All right, I'm going to go ahead and show you the answers. The answers are only the first two sections. Number 1 was square, 2 was triangle, and then the 3 perimeter problems. Number 1 was 100 yards, number 2 was 40 yards, number 3 was 46 not yards, 40 centimeters, and number 3 was 46 meters. Any of those you have a question about? Ms. Powell, that's not a wrong answer. That is a correct answer. In fact, I would say that is a fancy correct answer. That's correct too. All right, then we have one more. Make sure I'm doing the right one. Okay. All right, so we've done all but the mean, median, mode problems. So here are some mean, median, mode problems. I'll show you what this looks like. I think there's something we need to clarify. You're going to do the sections highlighted. So this has got a few more on it. I've got that it's 7:04, probably maybe 20 minutes or so. So I'll check back with you. Oh, I didn't show you what that looks like. I'm sorry. It should look like this. And there are, the top has got some addition, subtraction, multiply, and divide. You don't need to do that top section. That's not necessary. We don't need to do that. But then there's some examples. And then the sections marked off in yellow. And then there are 4 multiple choice questions. So this one's got a little bit more on it. And these down here in the bottom, larger set of numbers, but you do need to practice that. So All right, how are we doing on this? Okay, give you a couple more minutes. Okay, All right, how we doing? We're starting to run out of time. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and check the answers. So if you didn't finish, then you can finish later, and these answer sheets are up there in Blackboard, so you can pull them down, check your work. So I told you not to do the top. You did not need to do the top section. But then the next section, mean was 3, median was 3, mode was 3 and 4. On number 2, mean was 37.6, median was 34, mode was 35. Number 3 was $525. Number 4 was 21. Any questions about those? All right, the next section, number 1 was mean, number 2 was data, number 3 was mode, 4 median, 5 measures of central tendency, and range. So those were just some fill in the blanks. All of those definitions were further up on the sheet. Then for the next section, median was 65, modes were 67 and 92. The next section, the median was 60.5. The modes were 37 and 95. Number 3, the median was 42 and there was no mode. Number 4, the mean, median, and mode of a data set can be equal when all of the values in the data set are the same. They gave an example here of 24, 24, 24. If you have a data set and every number in that data set is the same number, then mean, median, and mode are the same. Range is 0. All right, the next section, number 1 was B. What's that about? Number 1 was B. 2 was C. 3 was A. 4 was D. Any questions about those? Okay, today is reading day. Tuesdays is always reading. We don't have a lot of time, so we will get in just a little bit. Probably not have any time to do any exercises, but you will have an assignment on this. Today is on word choice. And hopefully I have the right video here. Ooh, whoops, no. Okay, I'm going to have to change to that. All right, and then this one I have to play from in here.
Now that's interesting. We're getting a sneak peek at some of the text that Liz is sending to her mom asking for money. Did you notice how Liz decided to change some of her wording? She changed mom to mommy. Oh, that's sweet. I'd probably do the same thing. And now she's saying that she could use some money instead of saying that she needs some money. Did you also notice that now she's saying that she rarely goes out instead of saying she never goes out? What Liz is doing is paying attention to her word choice and how words can change the tone of what's being conveyed. She is looking for words that might soften her request and get her message across as clearly as possible. All right, I did my homework and I practiced my dance. Nice. Whoa, she's changing it again. Okay, I wonder what she's gonna do this time. Oh, I see. From did to tackled, and from practiced to perfected. Nice. That is the power of word choice. Hey, I think I'm getting ready to fork over some money to her. Liz is clearly choosing words that have a better chance of getting what she wants. Pony up? Okay, I think she's about to, yep, there you go, deleted. Okay, do you see all the changes that she made to her wording here? There's a lot. Pony up some dough versus I only need about $20. That's a pretty big difference. When you think about it, both of those phrases kind of mean the same thing, but because of the word choice, the way those messages come across is so much different. Oh, okay, what's she gonna say now? Oh, that's sweet. I'm glad she didn't say something like, sincerely yours, Liz. Ooh, another text message. This one's to her friend Bethany. Let's see what Liz says. Hey Beth, just finished up my chores. Now waiting to get some money from my mom so we can go see the movie. I'll let you know soon, later. Wow, already a huge difference in rhetoric compared to the text that she just sent her mom. What differences do you notice? For me, the first thing that jumped out was that she said hey instead of hi. It means the same thing, but it's a lot more casual. What about the way that she references doing her homework and practicing dance? What other kinds of differences in word choice and inferences can you make? Just in looking at these simple examples between the text that Liz is sending her mom and comparing them to the text that she sends her friend Bethany, we could see that words clearly matter. Authors know this too, and so do journalists, and people who write ads, and speechwriters know it too. They choose their words based on the results they want. They think about what they want their reader to feel or think about or picture in their minds. And you can do it too when you're writing a simple text message or even when you're writing an original story. You will learn so much more about the power of word choice through your assigned reading and online practice sets. Well, it's about time for me to leave now. Or should I say, zoom off? Maybe I'll mosey on out. Or slink away. Oh, how about swagger down the street?
All right, that one, and then this one is on similes and metaphors and personification.
Then you're in the right place. Hi, this is Parker from Desk Prep Champions, teaching you how to pass the GED fast. And you can get started by clicking subscribe down below. In this video, we're going to have a special guest appearance, and the special guest is going to help us with the lesson, so stay tuned for that. So there are 3 types of figurative language that you need to understand for the GED test. The first type is the metaphor. You'll also need to understand similes, and you also must know about personification. And we're going to break these down right now. So what's the difference between a metaphor and a simile? Well, they both are used for comparisons. A simile compares 2 things using like or as. On the other hand, a metaphor compares 2 things without using like or as. So note the word simile and how it has an L in it. So remember, simile, like or as.
Okay, so that's important. A simile compares two things, but it has the word like or as in it. It's going to show you some examples here in a second. And then metaphor compares two things without using like or as.
Whereas in a metaphor, we can make a comparison, but we don't use like or as. So again, simile, in a simile, you compare two things using like or as, and a metaphor compares two things without using like or as. So here's an example of a simile, and this is a famous quote from a movie. Life is like a box of chocolates. So in this case, we're comparing life to a box of chocolates. Or I really should say Forrest Gump is comparing life to a box of chocolates. And in this comparison, we're using the word like. So again, a simile is a comparison that uses like or as. So we could also change the quote up a little bit and we could say life is a box of chocolates. So that would be a metaphor. So again, in the metaphor example, we're comparing life again to a box of chocolates, but we're not using like or as. So hopefully you can see the difference between a simile and a metaphor. So let's talk about personification. So in the word personification, hopefully you can see the word person. All right, so I want you to remember that whenever you see the word personification, because personification means giving human characteristics to something that's non-human. Okay, you're personifying something, or in other words, you're personifying it. So the correct way to pronounce it is not personifying, it's personifying. But I'm emphasizing that because I want to emphasize the word person. So remember, in personification, you're giving human characteristics to something that's non-human. Okay? And here's an example of personification. The storm knocked on the door. So a storm can't literally knock on your door. So rather than saying the storm knocked on your door and meaning it literally, this is figurative, right? This is figuratively speaking, which is why this is a type of figurative language. So on a really windy night, it might almost sound like the storm is knocking on your door because it's so windy, right? But a storm can't literally knock on your door, and that's why this is giving human characteristics to a storm when the storm is something that's non-human. So that's why this is an example of personification. So now we're going to look at some examples, and our special guest is going to come into play here. And I want you to decide in each example, is it an example of a simile, a metaphor, or personification? Okay, so consider the sentence here. The couch cried out for Tommy to scratch it. So pause the video if you'd like to. Think about it. Is this an example of a simile, a metaphor, or personification? Okay, so this is an example of personification. Why? Well, when we say the couch cried out for Tommy to scratch it, we're not literally talking about a couch, about the couch crying out, because a couch is not a real person. A person could cry out, but a couch couldn't. So we're giving human characteristics to something that's non-human. This is an example of personification. So the next example, Tommy slept in bed like a baby. Is this a metaphor, a simile, or is this personification? So pause the video now if you'd like to and think about it, and then we'll go over it. Okay, this is an example of a simile. And the reason is because we're drawing a comparison here using the word like. So remember, a simile, comparison using like or as. Okay, next example. Tommy is a lion when he plays with his toy mice. So pause the video now and ask yourself, is this personification, is it a metaphor, or is it a simile? So the correct answer is metaphor. Tommy is a lion when he plays with his toy mice. That's drawing a comparison, and we're not using like or as, and this is a metaphor. Now, on the other hand, if we had said Tommy is like a lion, or something like that, then this would be a simile, but we don't see like or as, so this is a metaphor. And he might not look much like a lion, but I can assure you that when Tommy plays with his toy mice, in his head he thinks he is a lion. Okay, next example. Tommy was as cozy as a warm blanket. So is this a metaphor, is this a simile, or an example of personification? Pause the video, think it through, and then we'll go over it. So this is an example of a simile. Tommy was as cozy as a warm blanket. So we're drawing a comparison, and we see the word as, so we know that this is a simile. How'd you do? Your next step is to go test yourself.
Okay, so your assignment, you will have some questions that will deal with simile, metaphor, personification. What I want to do now, before we finish up, is you should be looking at my screen inside of Blackboard, and I've said this multiple times, and we still have some folks that are just not, I don't know, they're just not getting it. There are 3 classes in my Blackboard: my morning class, my afternoon class, which is you, and my face-to-face class. A lot of you are just coming right here, and you're going right here to TTF 830, and you're turning in your homework in their class, which means I don't see it. I have to go hunt for it to find it. And there's some of you that have done that 6, 7, 8 times. You're not paying attention to the class that you are in. You are in the TT400 class. Okay? And so on my sheet, I may indicate that you haven't turned in homework, and it could be because you turned it in the wrong class, or you've turning it in on the wrong day. So make sure that you are in our class, TT400, not TTF 830 and not MW 830. Y'all are 4 o'clock, TT400, this page. You click and it will take you to our page. It better say TT400 folder page up here at the top. If it doesn't, you're in the wrong class. Then on the assignment that was due today, many of you forgot to come in here and take the quiz. I pointed it out on Thursday of last week and told you that you had to do it before 4 o'clock because it locks out at 4 o'clock. This is an assignment. And so on my sheet, it's going to show if you didn't come in here and do it by 4 o'clock today, it's going to show an assignment you didn't complete. So you've got to make sure that you are turning in your homework on the day that it is due. On the day that it was assigned, not the day that it's due, the day that it was assigned, but the link will say that it is due on a particular day. So today's folder has not unlocked yet. It will unlock at 8:30. When you go in, here are the videos. Here are the worksheets. There were guided practice sheets that we didn't even do today. So if you want some extra practice, here's a guided practice sheet and the answers to it. Another guided practice sheet and answers. Plenty of stuff for you to do if you feel like you need more help. There were a couple of videos we did not watch for reading. We did not do the classwork and guided practice for the reading, but those are here. You can look at them and check those out. Your assignment is 1 math sheet, 1 reading sheet. It says due on Thursday. So between now and Thursday, you will need to come back to this link. Make sure it says TT400. If it doesn't say TT400, you're in the wrong class. Get in the right class. And then you will submit your homework here. And it should only be these 2 worksheets. If you got makeup work to do, then you need to turn that in on the day that it was assigned. And if you don't know, then that means you got to go through a lot of the days and try to find the assignment and when it was assigned. Okay. I've been going through my records because I sent out a progress report after 3 weeks. It's now been 6 weeks. And so there are some of you that are not making up your time in Essential Ed when you are absent. And there are some of you that are still not turning in homework. The majority of you are turning in your homework and getting everything in like you're supposed to. The rest of you, the small few, small, but there are a few that are not doing your homework. And I know that y'all are probably tired of hearing this over and over and over, but the reason that I say it over and over and over again is because this is being recorded. The session is recorded. Everything you see on the screen, everything you say, everything I say is recorded. So that way, nobody can come back and say, oh, he didn't tell me that. He didn't say that. It's recorded, and I'll pull the recording up and show you where I told you about turning in homework, about doing your, making up your time if you miss. All of that has to be done, and those are requirements. They're not optional, they are requirements if you're going to stay in the program. We have a waiting list of people that want to get in this class, and they cannot because we're at our maximum number. So probably 3 or 4 of you, is what it looks like right now, are heading out. Hit the road, Jack. Something else that you need to see, if you go to our TT400 folder page, I have added a link under the course grades. Course grades is where you can go and see what assignments have been turned in and what has not been turned in. Any comments that I've made. Right here where it says check your attendance hours. If you click on that link, then this is what's going to pop up. It is a spreadsheet. There's no personal data on this, but it does show the hours that you've attended class. And so the way this is set up, the dates are right here. The purplish pinkish date is the end of the week, and these numbers indicate whether you did Essential Ed, Aztec, or you attended the Friday, attended Friday session. We have a Friday session that's open to anybody, and you can come in online and work individually and get extra help. So each of these different shaded areas represents a week. So this is a week, then this is a new week, then this is a new week, this is a new week, this is a new week. This was the week that you were supposed to come in and do Essential Ed on your own, and you can see not very many, some, but not a lot. The yellow indicates you did not get your 6 hours that week. So if you see a section that's yellowed, that means that you did not get your 6 hours that week. If you see something that's wrong, then you need to email me and let me know, and I will go research it and find out what's wrong and see if I can find the error. You also need to remember that if you log into Essential Ed, I'm going to turn this off and go back here. If you log into Essential Ed or Aztec and then you walk away and leave it, it doesn't say that it doesn't record your hours, because what it's recording is your mouse movement and what you're clicking. If your mouse just stays in the same place and you're not clicking through the lessons, it's not recording any time. So if you log into Essential Ed and then you walk off and leave it and don't come back to it for 2 hours, when you come back and log off, it's going to say you were on there for 0 hours because you did not work through the lessons. You have to be doing the lessons for it to count the time. It's the way they've set the program up. You cannot just log in and then walk away from it. You have to do the lessons. So if you have not made up time, you need to make sure that you are making up your time. You can check it there to see how many hours you've got. If you think that there's an error, then let me know and I will go find it. The Friday class is from 8:30 to 12:30 p.m. It's my morning class. It is online. If you want to what am I trying to say? Attend the class, then on Friday morning after 8 o'clock, if you send me an email or a text, I will give you the link. It's actually the link right here that says link to join Friday Open Makeup. And you have one there too. So you can log into Blackboard and click right here and it will take you into the Friday morning session. But it's 8:30 to 12:30. And during that session, I leave it open for you to work on stuff that you're having problems with. I give you some work to do. You work on it. Ask me questions if you get stuck on stuff. Give you the answers. So it's a chance for you to get extra help and have the time count. All right. Those black bars that were on there mean that you were not registered in the class at that period of time, and you're not responsible for any time or any assignments prior to your start date. And so those black bars that are in there are just indicating you're not required to do any of that stuff. It's from your start day to present. That's a very good question. If you had a post test and it was during class time, you need to let me know. You need to send me an email or a message. And so if you look back and you see that I've got 0 hours, then it could be that you didn't tell me that you were going to go to the that you had a post test, because I get hundreds of emails every day, hundreds. And I try my best to keep up. I have a calendar. When I get word that someone's taken a test, I try to write it down in my calendar, but it gets overlooked sometimes. So if you know that you were testing on a day, then you need to send me an email and say, Mr. B, I was testing on 9/11, whatever, because your testing time counts. If you go in and take a test and it takes you 3 hours, that's 3 of your hours that you get. You do not get penalized for the test taking time. All right, I think I've gone over everything. Remember, your class is TT400. TT400. There at your house, say it with me, TT400. You are in the TT400 class. You are not in the TTF 830. You are not in the Monday, Wednesday 830. You are in the TT400 class. All right. Those of you that are new and you do not have Blackboard yet, you have to email me and say, I need the assignments from Tuesday. So send me an email and let me know and I will send it. Otherwise, I got too much to do. I can't remember. I am old as dirt and I forget. Any questions? I have tried to make sure I go through everything here. I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Bennett. I get it through class. I'm not sure what you meant. The assignments, yes, you have to send me an email until Blackboard is available for you. It takes a few days, and so it'll probably be any time now. But as soon as it's available, I will send you an email. Oh, you have Blackboard now? Okay. You know how to get in? If you can get in, go ahead, go for it. But some of you may not know, and it could be that some of them processed this morning, and so I haven't had a chance to go in and look to tell y'all whether or not that your stuff is ready. There are, if you go back out and you are on the announcements page, the main page, and you click on our class TT400, right here is a step-by-step, right here underneath the page banner, step-by-step guide on how to submit your homework and a video on how to submit your homework. So there are two resources inside of our class page that will help you with showing up for submitting your assignments. And correct, the assignments, the folder for today does not unlock until 8:30. 8:30. Then you can go in and get the assignments or what have you. Any other questions? I want to make sure everybody understands. Everybody knows what's going on. I have that it is 7:59. I do not have a ticket out the door for you. You may go. Have a great Wednesday and have a great night tonight. Please be safe. Please be safe. If you still have a question and you don't want to ask it with everybody around, then you can wait and you can ask me after everybody starts signing off. So y'all have a great night. Have a great Wednesday. I will see you on Tuesday at 4 o'clock. Tuesday at 4 o'clock. So have a great night. Have a good Wednesday. And I'll see you Thursday at 4 o'clock. I might have said Tuesday. Thursday at 4 o'clock. Yes, thank you. Yes, I will make sure that I'm rested for Thursday. But I can't promise that I won't have any mistakes. Good night. Mr. Mott, Mr. Ott and Mr. Moy, do y'all have questions?